Good afternoon and welcome to the 80th Volusia County Fair. This is the beginning of our breed shows today. We're starting with our dairy goat show, and these are our dairy goat exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause. We have four amazing young people going to do our prayer, our American flag pledge, our 4-H, and our FFA creed. And I'm going to pass the mic to them. We have Harmony Richardson, Sky Bronson, Jocelyn Morris, and Scarlett Court.
Not in the ring at this time, our Miss Volusia County Fair Queen is Mia Portillo.
Please stand, remove your hats, and bow your heads. Dear Lord, please keep us safe throughout this dairy goat show tonight. Allow all the kids here to have fun and maybe win a couple prizes. And let everyone be safe on their travels home. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve. I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health for better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world.
All right, let's give them another round of applause. I lost my mic temporarily. Thank you, guys. They're going to get their animals ready. Thank you all your grandparents and sponsors and our advisors. It appears we have 3 classes of the Nubians and 3 classes of our Nigerian and 1 all other breeds. We're going to be starting with our Nubian class 1, which are under 1 year old. And we also want to thank Mr. Evan McCleary for coming back today and judging for us. He doesn't know he also has to help out with the costume contest later. They are lining up as we speak. We have a grand in reserve for dairy. The grand champion will receive a jacket and a banner, and $30 sponsored by Lori Ltd. The reserve will get a banner and $20 sponsored by Rusty Pines Ranch in DeLand. While they're still lining up, we did our showmanship last night. Our Pee Wee winner for showmanship was Jack Meyer. Our junior showmanship winner was Winona Doyle. Our intermediate showmanship winner was Livia Carbino. And our senior showmanship was Peyton Bennett. Let's give them a round of applause. Yes, let's give them a round of applause. This is Class 1 Nubians. These goats are all under 1 year old. We have Avery Welsh showing from New Smyrna Beach High School FFA. Elise Baker from Volusia Show Pride 4-H. Howard Baker from Volusia Show Pride 4-H. And Thatcher Baker from Volusia Livestock Judging Team.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure getting out here again this year, and it was fun getting out last night to sort the goat showmanship here and get around the Volusia County Fairgrounds again. And I'm going to start the same way I did last night. If you all see any of the supporters for these banners that are hung up around the ring here, whether you're going in the store or that place of business, be sure to give them a big thank you, because what they do and what they give to support the fair here certainly means a lot to you guys. And a fair like this certainly couldn't go on without support like that. So let's go ahead and give those guys a big round of applause, please. I think we get started here in the dairy show with the Nubian breed, and the young man here has that I can tie into pretty well, a female that when he gets her presented from the side, for me, stands out quite a bit. She's laid in smooth about her shoulder. She's up and neat about her head, and where she tucks that neck into the top side of her shoulder there. For me, though, it's just the skeletal fundamentals that sorts her above the other three here in the class. Length of body, young man does an excellent job working that top line down in her, and for me, that's where all the pieces fall into place. Good one to start out with. Young man coming out here in second one, I certainly admire for the length of skeleton and the femininity that she has there. For me, she just comes to me in a few more pieces than what we see in our class winner. She might not be as strong in her top line or as level out of her hip as what we see in our class winner, but still one that's opened up. She's big framed and tall fronted, one I like quite a bit as well. Young lady, the duo here with the dark brown goat, one that I like from the side, one that's opened up. She has some center body about her. She's neat about her shoulder as well, but for me, maybe comes in a few more pieces than what we see here in first and second. And then the young lady that's going to round out the class, one that for me I probably had a little higher initially in the class. Really good, really clean fronted female, really neat about her pattern, but for me when you compare her back, maybe she's not as tall fronted. She maybe wants to get a little steeper and shorter out of her hip and hind leg, consequently just doesn't get out and travel as well as what we see in the three ahead of her. Give these guys a round of applause, please.
Congratulations to Howard Baker from Volusia Show Pride 4-H. And Thatcher Baker from Volusia Livestock. They'll be coming back in for Grand and Reserve. All right, entering in the ring is Class 2. They're 1 year old but under 2. We have Lillian Krpersky from Deltona Middle FFA. Malia Thompson, an independent. Avery Welsh from New Smyrna Beach FFA. And Cole Harris from New Smyrna Beach Middle School.
Wouldn't be show day if we didn't have an animal not cooperating the best. Let's give this young lady a round of applause, please. Fortunate enough for me, the class, I think when it came into the ring, broke itself into two pair here, and that's the young lady and young man here in 1 and 2. And I went ahead and left them that way for a few minor differences because there's two really nice Nubian does here on the top end of this class. Young lady's female that's going to win the class for me, I think does so from a balance and just completeness standpoint. One that you study her from the side. She's the most correct there about where her shoulder lays in and where she transitions from her shoulder back into her spine there. One that's opened up and has some center body about her, but for me, what I distinct advantage 1 over 2 for me is going to be that hip shape and how she sets down that hind leg and gets out and travels with a bit more freer of ease. Young man's goat here in second, one that I certainly admire quite a bit more from a characteristic standpoint in terms of her head shape, how that head and neck are tied into the top side of her shoulder there. But for me, there going back behind her withers is where I run into a few issues. She wants to get a little easier in her top line. She wants to get a little shorter and a little steeper out of her hip and hind leg. Consequently, just doesn't get out and move as free as what we see in my class winner. Young lady's goat coming out here in third, one that I certainly admire and love from a profile, love her from the color standpoint as well. One that's smooth and tidy about her neck and chest. She gets laid in about her shoulder really smooth for me, but from there going up to our first and second, one that gives up quite a bit of center body capacity, quite a bit of rib, and just overall skeletal build. Now, that's probably one place where the young lady's goat here rounding out the class is going to complement my third place animal. She's opened up. She's expansive there through the center portion of her body, but for me, she comes in too many pieces. She's kind of broken apart like her color pattern. Maybe has a few more pieces there in her front end that I like. She gets there behind her shoulder. Maybe wants to get a little easier there and then come out of her hip and hind leg. Just doesn't move and flex right out of her hip and hind leg. Give these guys a round of applause, please.
Congratulations to our Class 2 winner, Lillian Kapersky from DeLand Middle FFA. Our second place was Cole Harris from New Smyrna Beach Middle FFA. We have our third class in Nubian, a class of 1, because his goat is 47 months old, is Jacob Delouche. And he is showing from New Smyrna Beach Middle School FFA.
Coming into this class of this, what I'd call the senior does, and you get nearly a 4-year-old in here that study her as she goes about the ring, and I know we didn't have him take a full circle, but there's enough there to see that she's a quality female, especially for the age she is. Looking at teat structure, a female that appears to have freshened at least a couple of times here, dries up pretty well, but for me, the length and extension that she's got there through her front 1/3 and then in combination to the rest of her body, certainly a good female here that could stand more competition. Give this young man a round of applause, please.
Congratulations, Jacob Delouche from New Smyrna Beach Middle School FFA. We are going to start with our little squeaky toys that are lined up here, the Nigerian class. These are under 1 year old. At least from where I'm sitting, they sound like squeaky toys. We have Jack Meyer from Silver Sands 4-H, Sky Bronson from Volusia Show Pride 4-H, Hartley Morgan from Adventures 4-H, and Kelsey Martin from Heritage Middle School FFA.
Apologize for being a little unorthodox here on the show ring setup, but for me, I'm accommodating, and I don't see the need to kind of work some of these smaller goats around quite as much as we do the bigger goats. But nonetheless, starting out here with the young girl in the green jacket, it for me quite easily has the one that rises to the top of this class. Female, you step off to the side and you study her from where her head and neck set into where that ties into the rest of her body. And for me, female that's up fronted, clean about her lines, and just really neat when you get her set into motion. Young lady's cool colored one here coming out in second, one that for me most similarly follows my class winner, and things came a little closer between 2 and 3 because I think they're similar in their body style. For me, I think the young lady's going to second's probably a little bit more appropriate for the show ring here today in terms of how she's clipped up and presented, and for me that gives me a little truer read on what her body shape is and what she has there. A female that's opened up and expansive. and maybe just not as neat in her lines and neat in her profile as what we see in our class winner, but still one that's worthy of second place there. Young lady's goat coming out here in third, one that I certainly like for the length and extension she's got through the front, 1/3, one that probably excels the class in terms of that. For me, though, just reading her in her lines, I just can't get as correct of a read as what I feel in 1 and 2 for me here, but a female that gets out and goes with some more travel and comfort of ease off those rear two. For me, though, I just question her condition in comparison to 1 and 2. And not to round out with young man here, but a really good one here yesterday. Young man won my showmanship, and he exemplified those skills out here as well, working on that top line and getting that thing set up really well. For me, though, just comparatively back, one that doesn't balance up enough from the side. Maybe needs to be a bit taller fronted and have a little bit more size to her compared to the other three here in this class. Give these guys a round of applause, please.
Congratulations to our first class of Nigerians under 1 year old. First place was Hartley Morgan from Adventures 4-H, and our second place was Sky Brunson from Volusia Show Pride. They'll come back in for the final Grand and Reserve drive. We have class 2 coming. These are our under 2 year old and over 1. We have Emma Hall, an independent, Jackson Cobb, an independent, Ethan Gooseman from Heritage Middle School FFA, Ava Hall from DeLand High School FFA, Kayla Huddle from DeLand FFA, Sky Bronson from Volusia Show Pride 4-H, Parker Lee from ROL 4-H, Jolene Tressler from Silver Sands 4-H, Peyton Lee, an independent, Jocelyn Morris from Adventures, Bryston Millard from Silver Sands 4-H, and Scarlett Court from Pine Ridge High School FFA.
My apologies, taking a little longer to sort this class here, and I think it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyways. Largest group of the day here, and I think there's quite a few differences in from first to the young lady that's going to round out the class here. For me, though, the female that's going to start out the class, I think just completes and combines most of the more positive attributes that I'm looking for here. In terms of just skeletal build, body, and conformation, a female that's up-fronted, and granted she has the performance advantage here in the class, and we've got a mix of freshened and maybe not freshened does here, but for me it's her feet and legs and the way she's put together skeletally that's going to rise her to the top of the class here. Young ladies goat coming out in second, one that 2 and 3 maybe gave me a few more issues of how I was going to place them and maybe a few different strengths that they've got. For me, the young ladies goat that's coming out in second maybe just has a few more of those advantages like our class winner in terms of length of shoulder, where that shoulder and where that head and neck tie in there on the top side of her skeleton. And then you study her there back, she's opened up and she's expansive there through the center portion of her body. For me, at times, the young man's goat here maybe wanted to look a little plainer, maybe didn't just stand out quite as much as what we saw in 2 and 3. And that's no fault of his own. For me, though, it's more of a color pattern issue. But when you get in closer on her and study her, a female that's shoulders laid in smooth about her, the way she ties her head and neck in and then ties back into that long spine, for me is one that I like quite a bit. Though for me, more of my issues come out of her hip and hind legs. She's a little coarser there and maybe doesn't track as true as what we see in 1 and 2. Similar things can be said about the young ladies coming out here in 4, the black and white one. Female that's opened up, she's expansive and probably a little wolfier than what we see in any of the other classes. For me, she does push the terms or the envelope in terms of her condition for me, but one that the way she's put together and the way she carries herself sorts her there up into 4. Young ladies goat coming out next, one that I initially had up in my top trio of goats. For me, though, the longer I studied her and the more she stood out here, the more pieces she came to me in. One that you'd certainly admire the front 1/3 on, but as you can see, you study her there from her withers back, maybe wants to get a little easier in her top line. She's a little shorter and steeper in her hip as well. If we could change those things, we're certainly moving her up the line. Young man's goat is another one that silhouette is ideal, but minute things when you get in and start picking her apart a little bit more. Great, love her front end and how smooth and how feminine she is. For me, though, she comes a little sharper there on the top side of her skeleton and maybe wants to come a little plainer and more closed up out of her hip and hind leg as comparatively to those ahead of her. Young lady and young man coming out next. 2 goats that are fairly similar in their type and kind. Both have some structural issues, but what I do like about them is their center body and the capacity that they've got here. Maybe doing a few more things right when you get them out and you get out here in the AOB and things get a little challenging, especially when you get two different breeds and two high quality females in their own breeds. The La Mancha doe here's the one that I'm going to opt to start with. For me, I think she's just a little bit more my style, especially when the young lady gets her set up and then gets off her there. Female, you study her through the front end of her skeleton, and she's opened up. She's laid in smooth about her shoulder there, and then when she ties back into the stronger top line for me, and just a little bit more center body capacity. If I'm going to change her slightly in any one area, though, it's going to be how she functions out of that hip and hind leg in comparison to our second place animal. Young lady's son and goat coming out here next. One that I certainly admire for the length and extension she's got there through her front 1/3. For me, though, she maybe wants to get a little easier in her top line when compared back to our class winner. And like I said, one that maybe tracks a little freer and truer out of her hip and hind leg. But for me, it's the center body and capacity that first place that the La Mancha's got that's going to sort these guys. Give them a round of applause, please.
Congratulations to Peyton Bennett with her La Mancha from Pine Ridge High School FFA. And second was Sally Baker with her Sonnen from Volusia Show Pride. We will be bringing in the first and second from each of the classes, starting with our Nubian, our Nigerian, and our Sonnen. Our Nubian, we were going to bring in Howard Baker from Volusia Show Pride 4-H. And Thatcher Baker from Volusia Show Judging. Our Class 2 winner, we have Lillian Kapersky from Deltona Middle and Cole Harris from New Smyrna Beach Middle School. We have Jacob Deloche from New Smyrna Beach Middle School. Our Nigerians in Class 1, we have Hartley Morgan from Adventure 4-H. Sky Brunson from Volusia Show Pride 4-H. Our Class 2 winner was Kaylee Huddle from DeLand FFA. We have Scarlett Court from Pine Ridge High School FFA. Class 3 winner is Harmony Richardson from Adventure 4-H. Our second was Orrin Evans from Adventure 4-H. And we have Sally Baker with her Sonnen from Volusia Show Pride 4-H and Peyton Bennett with her La Mancha from Pine Ridge. The Grand will receive a jacket and a banner and $30 sponsored by Lori Ltd. Our reserve champion today will receive a banner and $20 sponsored by Rusty Pines Ranch from DeLand.
I gather a few more thoughts here. Why don't we go ahead and give all these dairy exhibitors a round of applause, please? I don't mean to diminish the dairy goats or myself by any means, and I think my true colors will show here once we get onto the meat goat side of things. But to me, getting out and I guess being fortunate to get calls to judge a few dairy goat shows, and to people think that I'm somewhat qualified to do this, I certainly appreciate it here. And so where I'm going with this is I think this is a great lineup here. A lot of the dairy goats here I think are ones that will go out and compete. I know I've got a few friends back in the Midwest that hit the dairy goat circuit, the ADGA, quite a bit here, and I think they'd probably, hopefully they'd agree with me in the lineup I've got selected here in the competitiveness that we've got out here, and to say that these goats can travel around, and hopefully some of these kids do get out and travel around with some of these things, not only because the goats are good, but because the showmen are even better. For me, though, you're going to see majority of my top 5 here, I think it is, right? Top 5? Top 5 are going to come out of this first place lineup, and that's nothing to take away from the second place in the respective classes. For me, I think the quality throughout the day here on this dairy goat side has sorted itself up pretty easily on the top end of the class here. So I'm going to take another look here and select you a top 5. Again, give these kids another round of applause, please.
Congratulations to our grand champion, Peyton Bennett. She will receive a jacket and a banner and $30, sponsored by Lori Ltd. Our reserve champion, Harmony Richardson, will receive a banner and $20, sponsored by Rusty Pines Ranch in DeLand. We do have overall banners for picture taking. Let us know. Our third overall was Hartley Morgan from Adventure 4-H. Our fourth overall was Howard Baker from Volusia Show Pride. Our fifth was Sally Baker from Volusia Show Pride. Congratulations to everybody. That's our dairy. We will begin with our Dwarf. Shortly, they're switching out goats, so just be patient with us a moment. Okay, everybody, thank you for your patience. We are now going to start our breeding dwarf goat show. We are going to enter the ring with all of our exhibitors. We're going to do the prayer, the pledge, the 4-H, and the FFA. Let's give these kids a round of applause. And we want to thank all of our parents and our advisors for all their help and our sponsors to help us be here today. Our judge, Mr. McCleary, all of my volunteers back here that are helping. I'm going to pass them the mic. Harmony Richards is going to do the prayer. Julia Portillo is going to do our pledge. Elena Amaro is going to do our 4-H. And Scarlett Court is going to do our FFA.
Please stand, remove your hats, and bow your heads. Dear Lord, please allow all the showmen here tonight to have fun and win a couple prizes. Let everybody who enters and leaves the arena be safe, and everyone in the crowds get home safely tonight, as well as the showmen. Amen.
Please remove your hats. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God. I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to clear loyalty, my hands for larger service, my health for better living, for my club, my community, my country, my world.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Thank you. Let's give them another round of applause so they can go get their animals and we can come back in the show ring. Again, I know that we don't have a lot of people in the stands at the moment, but please come back at 4 o'clock. We're going to have a goat costume contest with 4 divisions, the 4 age divisions we did in our showmanship. There's a sign-up sheet in the back. It's going to be a lot of fun. While we're giving these kids a second to bring their goats up, I just want to reintroduce our judge, Mr. Evan McCleary. And our Miss Volusia County Fair this year is Mia Portillo. She is also a showman, so you'll see her in here with her animals. Our first class is our under 1-year-old. Okay, our gate is opening. We have Harmony Richardson from Adventure 4-H, Remington Green from Adventure 4-H, Jackson Cobb, an independent, and Kelsey Martin from Heritage Middle School FFA.
get things started off here on the meat goat side of it, and get the dwarfs in here to start these guys out. Yep. And I think class kind of logically falls into place for me. Coincidentally, how they came in the ring, young ladies, white goat or predominantly white goat, I think for me is going to be the one to start with. Female, you study her in terms of her front end structure and how she ties into the top side of her skeleton. She's open up and she's bold enough there in terms of her center body, but for me it's just that skeletal design and skeletal build that's going to push her to the top of this class. You know, performance advantages go to the young man's brown goat here in second, one that you certainly admire for the front end and center body that she's got. But for me, the issues come on the back end of her skeleton there. You can see she's a little shorter and a little steeper out of her hip and hind leg than what we see there in our class winner. But one, I think just that size and performance and those positive attributes that she has there in the center portion of her body pushes her into second. One that certainly surprises me the most is the young man's colored up goat coming out here in third. Obviously the smallest one in the class, but for me, the features that this one offers from the ground up, being stouter foot, bigger footed and stouter boned, and then you get your hands on it for the size that it is. Handle's fairly impressive as well, but for me, maybe one that comes in a bit smaller package compared to 1 and 2, and similar issues as what I see in second place animal in terms of its hip and hind leg, just being a little shorter and a little steeper, maybe wanting to get a little straighter out of its hock there. And then the young lady's goat that's going to round out the class. For me, one that, too, has some length and extension. It's opened up in its rib shape there, but for me, maybe wants to come up a little narrower out of its chest and out of its back end and just doesn't get out and travel the ring with as much ease and comfort as what we see in those ahead of it. Give these guys a round of applause, please.
Congratulations to Harmony Richardson from Adventure 4-H and Remington Green from Adventure 4-H. They'll come back in for our Grand and Reserve. Our second class is over 1 year but under 2. We have 2 in this class. We have Taylor Stewart from River Springs Middle School FFA and Scarlett Court from Pine Ridge High School FFA.
I think the show officials are making my job pretty easily, lining these things up, coming out into the ring, and nothing to take away from any of the goats in the order that they're coming out in. Just 2 classes in a row here. They've been how I like them coming in the ring, and so the young lady's goat that's going to start off the class, I think, does so pretty easily. Goat in terms of combination of stoutness, feature, bone, and just the body dimension that it has, in combination with how it's proportioned and put together. A female that's up-fronted, she's correct in terms of her rib shape and how she slopes down to the back side of her skeleton there. For me, just one that's going to excel herself into the top of the class. Not to take anything away from the young lady's goat here in second. One that's ultra feminine and quite a bit more feminine than what our class winner is. However, one that just doesn't match up in terms of pieces. She's needs to be a little taller there in the front end of her skeleton, raise that shoulder up and bring that top line up in her as well, but one that you study her and just appreciate how feminine she is. Give these two a round of applause, please.
Congratulations to Taylor Stewart from River Springs Middle School FFA and Scarlett Court from Pine Ridge High School. They'll be coming back in for our Grand and Reserve. Our last but not least, our third class of our Dwarf division is our over 25-month-olds. We have Alea O'Mara from ROL 4-H. Julia Portillo from DeLand Middle School FFA. Shepard Doyle from Independent. Winona Doyle and Independent. And Charlotte Bowers from Silver Sands 4-H.
Then we get into the last class of the Dwarfs here, and more class differences than what we've seen in probably any one breed here today, and I think that lies between 1 and 2 predominantly here. Young lady on the front end of this class does an excellent job of getting this one shown, and I think there's a bit of that pushes her towards their female. You study her from the ground up. She's big-footed, she's stout constructed, yet feminine about how her shoulder lays in, and just the appropriation of her body there for me. It's just in combination to just how that female is put together and how she gets out and moves is what's going to excel her here to the top of the class. Young lady out here in the green vest coming out in second. For me, probably a more true meat style goat. One that in this pygmy goat here, you see some of the things that I'm going to probably excel towards or gravitate towards here on the boar side of things. But big foot, opened up clean through its chest floor, barrel rib shape, and just a thick rear end. For me, though, a female that just doesn't come out with as much feminine characteristic as what we see in our class winner. Maybe wants to get a little shorter and choppier in her steps. Young lady's goat coming out in third. For me, I think one that just has to fall into line with 1 and 2 selected out here. Female for me, though, she's smooth about her shoulder, ties that head and neck in high to the top side of her shoulder, and she's opened up through the center portion of her body. For me, though, she maybe wants to close up there on the bottom side of her skeleton when you compare her back to 1 and 2, and maybe just doesn't move out and go out and move with as much comfort and ease as what we see in our class winner, but still a really good goat to be in third there. Young lady's goat's one that you admire from the side, one that's easy to look at, but when you start breaking her down and studying her skeleton, she's maybe a little forward there in her chest floor and maybe wants to get a little shorter and steeper out of her hip and hind leg. Consequently, too, like the one ahead of her, just doesn't travel out with as much comfort and ease as what we see in those ahead of her, but still a really good one here as well. Then the young man's brown one that's going to round out the class, one that's opened up and woofy there through the center portion of its body, but for me, questioning her comparatively is she is true in her condition as what we see some of those others. Probably not, but still a female that should go out and produce some good ones for this young man. Give these guys a round of applause, please.
Congratulations to our class winner was Julia Portillo from DeLand Middle School FFA. Our second was Charlotte Bowers from Silver Sands 4-H. We're going to call in the first and second from our 3 divisions to get a grand in reserve. Our grand champion will receive a jacket and a banner and $30 sponsored by Rusty Pines Ranch in DeLand, Florida. Our reserve will receive a banner and $20 also sponsored by Rusty Pines Ranch in DeLand. We have Harmony Richardson from Adventure 4-H and Remington Green from Adventure 4-H. Class 2, we had Taylor Stewart from River Springs Middle School and Scarlett Court from Pine Ridge High School. Our Class 3, we had Julia Portillo from DeLand Middle School FFA and Charlotte Bowers from Silver Sands 4-H. Also at 4 o'clock, we have a costume contest with our 3 showmanship divisions, our Pee-wee, our junior, and intermediate and senior. So please come back for that. If you're wanting to participate, there's a form and a sign-up in the back area where you had your exhibitors meeting.
I think if we could give these dwarf exhibitors a round of applause, please. We turn around here and bring these class winners and their respective seconds back in right after I get done talking to them. So we're not going to stop and go over any of these again here. But for me, I think that it comes down to probably 2 pair here on the top end of things that makes it a little closer for me. And then I think things will fall pretty logically for me after that, like they have here throughout the day. But appreciate the chance to get out here and the goats that we've had out here as well, and then the even better kids that I've gotten to work with throughout yesterday evening and here today. So we're looking forward to what the rest of the show has to bring.
congratulations, our grand champion was Julia Portillo from DeLand Middle School FFA. And our reserve was Taylor Stewart from River Springs Middle School. Our third was Charlotte Bowers from Silver Sands 4-H. Our fourth overall was Harmony Richardson. And our fifth overall was Scarlett Court. Thank you and congratulations. We've got about 15 minutes before we're going to resume with our breeding meat show. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our breeding meat show. We are going to enter the ring. We have our Miss Volusia County Fair, Mia Portillo. We have the wrestler. Yes, clap, clap. Come on. It's one of our own. These kids are showing our breeding meat. They're going to say our prayers and pledges for us as well. And we want to thank everybody for being here and all of our sponsors and our advisors and volunteers. We could not be here today without you. Our prayer is going to be done by Julia Portillo, and our pledge is by Mia. Our 4-H will be Cypress Taylor, and FFA will be Hunter Ruth. I'm going to pass this mic down to them. Thank you, beautiful.
Please remove your hats and bow your heads. Dear Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for all of our blessings, and thank you for letting us be able to come out here and have this wonderful opportunity. Please keep all of us safe during the show and let us all drive home safe. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
I pledge my head for clear thinking, my heart for greater loyalty, my hands for larger service, and my hope for better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Hunter. Let's give them a round of applause so they can get their animals and we can get started with this portion of our show. Again, our judge this afternoon and all day has been Mr. Evan McCleary, and we thank him for being here. We have 3 classes of our breeding meat goat. We're going to start with our under 1-year-olds. And please, please come join us at 4 o'clock for our costume contest. I promise you it will not disappoint. And if any of you want to write down, there's a paper in the back. If you're participating, please do so. The grand and reserve today of the meat division, the breeding meat division, the grand will receive a jacket and a banner and $30 sponsored by Rusty Pines Ranch in DeLand. Our breeding reserve will receive a banner and $20 also sponsored by Rusty Pines Ranch in DeLand. And again, we thank our sponsors. We could not be doing this without them, and all of our volunteers. Okay, I think we're ready for our first class. Okay, the gate is open on our first class of breeding meat goats under 13 months old. We have Mia Portillo from DeLand High School FFA, Hunter Ruth from Burns Science Tech FFA, and Dominic Luce, an independent.
get out here on the boar goat side of things, and I think class that sorts itself pretty logically. Young man's painted up or dapple kind of color to doe. For me, he's going to lead off the class here. Female you study her from the ground up. She's big-footed, she's stout constructed, and then you read her through skull and carry that shape back. She's stout, she's rugged, and she's still feminine in her design. But for me, it's just more of that overall center body capacity, more shape when you step in behind her and study her on the go. Young lady's red goat coming out here in second. One I certainly admire for the length and extension that she's got. One that's probably, at the end of the day, a little bit more my speed in terms of liking the commercial or the weather-style goats. How tucked up she is there through her chest floor, the lines that she's got to her. But I think when you study her back to our class winner, just a goat that maybe comes to the ground a little frailer, a little more coarse in her bone work, and just doesn't have as much to her when you step in behind her. And not taking anything away from the young man's black dapple here. That's going to round out the class. One that's got some length and got some extension about her front 1/3, but for me, comparatively back, just gives up too much of a performance advantage to those two ahead of her. Give these guys a round of applause. Thank you. Good job, buddy.
Congratulations to our under 1-year-old. Our first place was Hunter Roof from Burnside Tech FFA. Our second was Mia Portillo from DeLand High FFA. Our second class is our 1 to 2-year-olds. All right, we have Lydia Carbino from DeLand Middle School FFA, Malaya Sabatini from DeLand High School FFA, Kelsey Sabatini from DeLand High School FFA, Hunter Roof from Burnside Tech FFA. And Judge, this is your class.
get out here in an older group of does, and I think things get a little more challenging once you get past first place. And a young lady there that comes out with the first place goat, I think does so pretty easily. When you talk a goat in terms of combination of being stout and wolfy, yet a little feminine in her presentation. For me, though, it's just the appropriate length and balance that she's got when you study this one from the side, the way she transitions from her shoulder into her forerib and carries that capacity back through the rest of her body, and then you step in behind her and study the hip and the angularity. She's probably the most three-dimensional in the shape that she has to offer as well. Not taking anything away from 2, 3, or 4 here. Females that, for me, I like pieces on all of them. I just don't think any of them come to me as complete as what our class winner here does. Young lady's goat that's going to end up in second. I think she does because she is the next most complete one for me. Even that said, though, she's still a little bit shorter in her front 1/3 than what her second and third portions tend to meet up with there. But a female for me that you get your hands on her, she spans with the second most shape and expression there on the top side of her skeleton, and for me tracks out the truest and most free out of her hip and hind leg. Young man's goat coming out in third, one that's certainly stout and burly female that I think is going to go out and be in production for the young man and produce a lot of good ones here for him. But for me, she just comes to me in too many pieces. She wants to get a little easy there right behind her shoulder, maybe wants to come up and get a little shorter and steeper out of her hip and hind leg. For me, just doesn't balance up enough from the side to move up any higher. Similar things can be said about the young lady's goat that's going to round out the class. One that has some length and extension about her front 1/3. She's opened up there in the center portion of her body, but comparatively back, still a little bit narrower, and comes to me with a few more faults than what we see in those 3 ahead of her. Give these guys a round of applause, please.
Congratulations. Our winner of that class was Livia Carbiner from DeLand Middle School FFA. And our second was Kelsey Sabatini from DeLand High School FFA. This is our over 2-year-old class. They're switching goats. Some of these children have multiple goats. We have Malia Sabatini from DeLand High School FFA, Hunter Ruth from Burnside Tech FFA, Peyton McCormick from DeLand High School FFA, Julia Portillo from DeLand Middle School, and Cypress Taylor from Silver Sands 4-H. And Wyatt Walker, FFA. That's right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You get out here on the top end of this, and then specifically the top pair of goats here, 1 and 2, and I think there's a lot of things that are similar between the two, but I think they're two goats that are completely far apart in what they have to offer. Young lady's goat, I'm going to start out with. I think for me, just you study her from that front end and that look and head shape, and then you talk about the length and extension that she's got there. For me, it's that in combination with how clean she is up through her front 1/3, and then you step in behind her and watch her go. She probably sets out with a little bit more comfort and ease and tracks a little truer from the hock to ground there. And for me, just a little bit more maternal in her shape. Not taking anything away from the young man's red doe here in second, because that's one that I certainly admire. Quite a few of the pieces that she's got to offer. Is she bigger footed and probably stouter constructed? Most definitely. Does she probably handle with a bit more shape and expression up high? Yes. But for me, she's a little deeper, a little more protruding there in her chest floor. And then you step in behind her, she's a little more terminal, a little more rounded in muscle shape as well. For me, just like a female, a little bit more feminine, a little more balanced, like our class winner. I think that's where the goats kind of fall into place once we get past 1 and 2 there. Young lady's paint doe coming out in third. 1 for me, that's just a true broody type of female that's feminine, yet she can go out and produce and raise some good offspring here. One that's opened up and capacious through the center portion of her body, but comparatively back, she just doesn't have enough of the right pieces, right stoutness in terms of mass and power that we see in 1 and 2 to move her up any higher here today. Similar things can be said about the young lady's goat coming out here in fourth. One that I certainly admire from the profile, a female that you look and study that head set and that that head shape and horn set, and something that you'd like to see mounted on a wall if she was going to stay around the farm, expired her days. But a female that's, for me, comes a little flatter and a little plainer when compared back to those three. However, she needs to be opened up and have some more rib shape if we're going to move her up any higher here today. Young lady in the green jacket, one that certainly has a stout and rugged type of female here for me, but when you get your hands on her, she just doesn't meet my hands with as much shape, as much expression as what we see in those ahead of her, and for me, maybe wants to close up a little bit more on the bottom side of her skeleton. Then the young man's doe that's going to round out the class, just a good, sound, practical kind of female. Doesn't really wow you in any one area, but she doesn't really have any of those extras that we see in them. Just more of a good, practical type of female here. Give these guys a round of applause, please.
Congratulations to our class winner, Julia Portillo from DeLand Middle School FFA, and our second was Hunter Ruth. We've got our three classes we're going to bring back in, our first and second place from each. In class 1, the under 1-year-old, in first place was Hunter Ruth. Second was Mia Portillo. Our class 2, our under 2 and 1-year-old, we had Livia Carbiner and Malaya Sabatini. Class 3, we have Julia Portillo and Hunter Ruth.
I think if we could give these exhibitors and the people putting on this show a round of applause here, please. Yeah, I think I've got a shorter market show coming up here next, but it wouldn't go without saying the appreciation that I have for coming out here, coming down here this time of year and getting to evaluate these the stock and the kids that are on the lead of these things. And certainly, hopefully, want to reiterate that, events like this were made for the fun, and I think we've had quite a bit of that here the last 2 days. So let's not let any of that outside ring pressure affect what's going on here in the ring, and certainly would be remiss if I didn't thank my ring help for helping lead this show and getting everything lined up how I've wanted it here today. So go ahead and give these guys and everybody one more round of applause, and I'll get you a top 5.
Congratulations to our grand champion is Hunter Ruth from Burnside Tech with his under 1-year-old. And our reserve under 2-year-old is Olivia Carbiner from DeLand Middle School FFA. Third overall was Julia Portillo. My correction, Hunter Roof's Red Doe in the last class got 3rd overall, and 4th overall, I believe, was Julia Portillo. All right, the judge is confusing me. It was flipped between Hunter and Julia's for 3rd and 4th overall. All right, if the parents are okay with it, the kids say yes. They're ready to go on with our market meat goat show about 20 minutes early. So we're going to go ahead and rock and roll with that. If I got a thumbs up from parents in the crowd and grandparents, okay. Our first class will be Tinley Davis from Taylor Middle School FFA. She has got a boar that he weighed in at 50 pounds.
Come on, here on the market side of things, and we've got a unique single entry here, a doe kid that certainly can play in the market division really well. Female you study from the ground up. She's big-footed and stout constructed. She's opened up there through her chest floor. When you get your hands on her, she handles fresh and true to the touch. She expands back with some shape and some edge to the side of her loin there, and you step in behind her, a female that carries that power all the way through. If I'm going to nitpick her really in any one area, she maybe wants to get a little tighter there in her forerib, but still a really good single entry out here. Give her a round of applause, please.
Congratulations, Tinley. Our next class of 2, we have Harmony Richardson with her goat from Adventures 4-H weighing in at 100 pounds. And Eli Rogers from Deltona High FFA He's weighing in at 101. Our grand champion market meet will receive a jacket and a banner and $30 sponsored by Volusia Designs LLC. Our market meet reserve will receive a banner and $20 sponsored by Hickling Feed.
Get out here in the heavyweights of the market division, and I think the paint weather rises to the top pretty handily. Weather that you study there, like I talked, our first class weather that's stout constructed, opened up and expansive there on the top side of his shoulder. For me, though, it's that shape and expression that he does have on the top side, just being quite a bit, meet my hand quite a bit fuller there out of the back side of his shoulder, and then you step in behind him, a goat that's opened up and has quite a bit more leg than our second place. Things that our second place animal does quite a bit better than our class winner would be just the way he runs uphill and the way this girl gets him presented just drives every ounce out of him. For me, though, a goat that as pretty as he is from the side, you need to step in and handle quite a bit better than what he does comparatively to our class winner. Therefore, he's going to be second today. Thank you.
Okay, do you want them just to stay in the arena and we'll add, okay. We're going to add our Tinley back in. That was Eli Rogers, first place, and second was Harmony Richardson. Now he's going to pick a grand and reserve market meet. I know we're finishing a little bit early, but we will resume back at 4 o'clock. Slight intermission with our goat costume contest. If you have not filled out a form, they're back in the back there where, where you had your meetings.
We could go ahead and give these market exhibitors a big round of applause, please. Hey, we get out here, and you got a couple differences in type and kind. Certainly, first class comes out of market doe, and she's not quite the same size. We give up quite a bit of weight here between the two. And for me, that's ultimately what's going to be the deciding factor here. Young man out of the heavyweights is going to have your champion. Young lady out of the first class will have your reserve.
Congratulations to our grand champion was Eli Rogers from Deltona High FFA. Our reserve was Tinley Davis from Taylor Middle High. And third is Harmony Richardson from Adventure 4-H. We will have a slight intermission and come back at 4 o'clock for our costume contest. I promise it will not disappoint. We'll start promptly at 4 o'clock. afternoon and welcome to the Volusia County Fair. Thank you guys for coming back. We are going to be starting the goat costume contest here in just a few minutes. Also, if you are missing a grooming kit, it was left on the wash rack. It's in the livestock office. It was left back there if anybody's missing that. Good afternoon and welcome to the 80th Volusia County Fair. This is the highlight the kids have been looking forward to after showing for the past 2 days. Some kids have been here all 10 days showing multiple species of animals. But these are our goat costume contest, and we're going to do it in 4 age divisions, starting with our youngest peewees, which are our 5 to 8-year-olds. We have our judge, Mr. McCleary, who we are going to torture him. And Keith and Shannon, they're going to help judge them for us today. Unfortunately, we only have 1 first place, but everybody gets candy, and 1 second place and 1 third. So we're going to start. We're going to start with Charlotte Bowers from Silver Sands 4-H and her goat Reno, and she's a chef in her burger. Her favorite subject is art. Her favorite food is mac and cheese. She wants to be a scientist when she grows up, and the funniest thing that ever happened to her was getting dragged by her goat. We have next, we have Malaya Thompson, an independent, with her Nubian, and Mila, and she is Jessie, and her goat Libby is Woody from Toy Story. She also likes art, and she wants to be a police officer, and she loves to play with her goat. Next is Jolene Tressler from Silver Sands 4-H. This is Polly, her Nigerian, and Jolene is a farmer, and Polly is her horse. She likes art. She also wants to be a police officer when she grows up. We're going to be well protected here. And during her funniest thing that happened was during her showmanship at the fair, they had the same answer as the judge. Next, I have Howard Baker. And Howard is a rock star, and his goat is the guitar. His favorite subject in school is reading and science. His favorite food is stuffed shells, and he wants to be a scientist when he grows up. Next, I have Elise Baker and her Nubian Minnie. Elise's favorite song is Pink Pony Club, so today her and her goat are the Pink Goat Club. Her favorite subject is music. Her favorite food is mac and cheese, and she wants to be a vet when she grows up. You ready, cutie? Next, I have Hartley Morgan and her goat Cheeto. She is I'm a bat fairy, and my goat is a scary spider. Her favorite subject is art. Her favorite food is apples, and she wants to be a vet when she grows up. And this is your good luck. Good luck. Where do they go? Huh? Where are the rest of them? Up there. You like how I chickened out and said good luck, right? It has been decided. Everybody, let's give them a round of applause. They did a phenomenal job. They've been showing since yesterday and all day today, so these goats are probably tired and they just got submitted to these cute outfits. Our first place today is going to be Malaya Thompson and her Nubian Libya, who is Jessie and Woody from the Toy Story. Come on, Malia. Our second is Jolene Tressler. Jolene is a farmer, and Polly is her horse. And our third today is Elise Baker, because of the Pink Goat Club. Thank you, guys. And everybody gets a little goodie bag on the way out. Let's give them another round of applause. They did a great job. Our next group is our juniors, and there are 9 to 11-year-old exhibitors. Our first up is Cypress Taylor from Silver Sands 4-H and her goat Sky. Our 4-H exhibitor has transformed into a bat witch, but she is not flying solo. Her trusty sidekick is none other than her goat, dressed up as a bat. Her favorite subject is reading, her favorite food is salad, and she wants to be a vet when she grows up. Next is Sky Bronson from Volusia Show Pride and her goat Harley. She is Glenda and Elf Panda from the show Wicked. Her favorite subject is PE and art. Her favorite food is tacos. And she also wants to be a veterinarian when she grows up, and she loves surfing. Next is Jocelyn Morris from 4-H Adventures and her goat Bingo, me and my best friend at the beach. Her favorite subject is culinary. Her favorite food is fettuccine alfredo. She wants to be a vet when she grows up. Okay. Next is Oron Evans from 4-H Adventures. Angelica, his goat. And he's the amazing driver and his package. His favorite subject is math. That's awesome. We all have that at our house. His favorite food is garlic bread, and he wants to be an astronaut when he grows up. Next is Thatch Baker and his goat, Ella. His goat is a hamburger, and Thatch is the condiments. His favorite subject is PE. His favorite food is cheeseburger and pizza. And when he wants to grow up, he wants to be a world champion Pokemon master. Alea Amara, and her goat is Wonka, and she is the Wonka Bar. Her favorite subject is math. Her favorite food is pizza. And when she wants to grow up, she wants to be a livestock judge. tried to eat her. All right, let's give them another round of applause. What an awesome job they did. Our first place is going to go to Sky Bronson and her goat from Wicked. Second is Jocelyn Morris and her beach buddy goat. And third is Oren Evans, our Amazon driver, and his package. Great job, guys. Everybody gets a bag. You guys, they did amazing. Our next group is our intermediates, and I appreciate the fact that they still want to play and dress up with me. There are 12 to 15 years old. Such a popular age group vision, they're still giving me papers. Tell that this is Santa and the reindeer. Kaylee Huddle from DeLand High. Her favorite subject's agriculture. Her favorite food is actually goat meat, which is called chevron, and she wants to be a vet. Next, we have Ava Hall and her dancing Nigerian. Hunter in a deer. Her favorite subject is ag. Her favorite food is steak, and she also wants to be a vet. Third is Lillian Kraparsky. By the end of the day, I should get it right. And her goat Bailey, and they are pirates. Her favorite subject's ag. Her favorite food is ribs, and she wants to be a farmer. Next, we have Dominic Louise and his boar goat Flopsy, and he's Stay Puft Marshmallow and Ghostbusters. Oh my gosh. Next is Sally Baker and her goat Starbright. Sally is a doctor and her goat is her patient. She's treating her for an injury. Her favorite subject is science and her favorite food is stuffed shells. She wants to be a medical professional. Next we have Taylor Stewart with her goat Dolly, and it's Dolly Parton and her security. Her favorite subject's math, and she loves tacos, and she also wants to be a vet. Can you hear me? Let's give them a round of applause. This is amazing. Our first place is Kylie, Santa and the Reindeer. Our second is our Pirates, Livy Kraportsky. And third is Taylor Stewart and Dolly Parton and her security. Congratulations, you guys. We have one more group. There are seniors. I have Harmony Richards and her goat lays. She's a bowl of Fruit Loops and her goat is the milk. To complete the delicious breakfast meal, her favorite subject is agriculture. Favorite food is fall off the bone ribs. And she wants to be a livestock mentor when she grows up. Next, we have Peyton McCormick and her goat Ethel, and they're Scooby-Doo and Shaggy. Her favorite subject in school is welding, and she likes all food, and she likes to be a welder when she grows up. All right, let's give them another round of applause. This is awesome. The judges have decided that they're going to keep doing this for me, even if I have to twist their arms. But our first place is Harmony Richards. She is the bowl of Fruit Loops, and her goat is the milk. Second is Peyton McCormick, Scooby-Doo and Shaggy. Thank you guys again. Thank you all you volunteers and you advisors, our teachers, our parents, all the sponsors. We could not be here today without you. This concludes this portion of the goat show. I hope you enjoyed it. The Prospect Steer Show will start here at 6.
Testing 1 2. Testing.